Sorry I'm late, everyone. I was just stuffing a sandwich into my face, and it took a little longer than expected. We're right with you. Sandwich. Sandwich, sandwich. Right. I apologize. I apologize. I am late. I'm taking my best sort of timing advice from Lainey recently, so you know maybe that's why. But I'm here. We're starting. Everything looks fine. What is on that butty? Sliced beef brisket, bit of mayonnaise, bit of cheese, some salad, toasted. What? Bread. Done. Lush. Amazing. super awesome. But yeah, that is also why it took a little longer to eat than I expected. It was quite a mighty sandwich. It was a mighty sandwich. The sort of sandwich that would go down in the annals of history as a mighty sandwich. But there we go. Okay, we're live on Twitch and we're live on YouTube. I don't have to press the live button on the YouTubes, and it's gone live. I'd like to make that point here because when I do another stream later this week, I bet you I'll forget to press go live on YouTube's. Twitch will be a happy little bunny, and then they'll be shouting at me going, Spanj, YouTube isn't live. I didn't have to do it for this stream. What's that about? It's so inconsistent. Do I have to do it? Don't I have to do it? I don't know. It changes every time. Anyway, ran over. And welcome back to Reforged Eden 2. I hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for joining me today. Happy Wednesday to you all. We're back with this little birdie. Bam and mayo in the microwave? Ew. Why would you microwave it? Can you bring enough sandwiches for everyone? No, I'm sorry. I was late. I didn't have time to take all your orders. Although there should be a convention, an international convention called Sandwich Convention, Sandwich Con, where all the greatest sandwich meters of all the world meet together to create the greatest sandwiches in history. That is a convention I would go to. Fuck yes, let's go. Anyway, welcome back. I'm stuck on sandwiches. We are discussing sandwiches today. I mean, it's not a bad subject. So this ship, I mean, I realized that after last stream, and I was looking at this ship and some other creations and stuff like that, and I realized it's not actually that big. It's not actually that big, really. It's quite a small ship in the grand scheme of things. I get a sort of measuring stick out. The Canada, for example, here. It's bigger. Well, is it bigger? It's wider. It's thicker and chunkier, is the chunk. It's shorter in length, I'll admit, but even the Canada is not a big ship. I don't have any big ships. I don't do big ships anymore. I don't even know what my biggest ship was. Like, what's the biggest ship I ever built? It was probably something... Probably something stupid like that. Ye old ship. No texture. All painted black because I didn't know what I was doing. Yeah, that's pretty big. That's quite big. In comparison. Yeah. I was having a look at, because some of you guys recommended I have a look at NT's Warlord, right? NT, as many of you know, is a phenomenally talented builder. Like, I look at his stuff and I just start weeping uncontrollably and have serious issues with self-loathing and inadequacies and, you know, that sort of thing. Because some of you suggested that I look at how NT has embedded his swarm missile launchers. the same missile launchers I'm using over on that ship there. And then I get stuck looking at NT's texturing and block work and how fucking amazing it is, and then, you know, I spiral into a depression. But if we stay on topic here, despite the beautiful ship and the amazing... Anyway, you get the idea. He has embedded his swarm missile launchers under his ship. Not only that, inside his ship. There they are. They're there. In this. And they work. Out of that gap. They what? They work. It's just... How? I don't understand it. But he has obviously done much sciencing in order to find a configuration of blocks and stuff that seem to work. And I'm not sure. I mean, I like the ingenuity. Don't get me wrong. I'm in awe and admiration of the ingenuity of how he's embedded his swarm missile launchers deep in armored hull. I mean, they are so far out of harm's way there, it's ridiculous. And they work. But I don't like it. I don't like it because I'm a little bit kind of sensitive, overly so, to clipping. And where the fuck has it gone? I can't even see it anymore. Oh, there it is, all the way up there. Clipping and things not lining up properly, you know. So when I see this and I see these missile ports, obviously they are going directly to this block here, so that upsets me. These ones, actually, some of them do appear to have a clear line of sight out of into space, but most of them are hitting these blocks or this block or that block, you know. And this one is just, let's not even get started on that one because that's just bullshit. So, you know, there's only like 2% of the missile ports that actually have a clear line of sight, like that one there, probably okay, just about. And that upsets me. It's irrational, I know. It's stupid, I know, but I don't like it. So I appreciate everybody that said, hey, have a look at, see how NT's done it, and I admire how NT's done it. Don't get me wrong, it is something special what he's managed to do there. But I don't like it. But I don't like it. But I don't like it. I'm not doing it on my ship, and that's fine. NT's got his thing, and his thing is beautiful and sculpted like a freaking god. But you know, that's NT. These are all like thrusters, like rocket thrusters and stuff like that. I love the use of these rocket thrusters because I see the rocket thrusters in here, and I'm like, well, they're pointless. You know, they give no thrust whatsoever. I can't even find them right now. Where are they? You have very little thrust. They cost very little CPU, 2000 CPU each of these things, and they're the 20.3 meganewtons of thrust. Put that in perspective, you know, a medium ion thruster gives 7, 64 for an advanced. So they sit between a medium and an advanced ion thruster. But when you got a ship like this with such a fat ass, it is good to just like flood it with these rocket thrusters, because it makes it look like it is got way more engine power than it actually does. And then every now and again he sneaks in a little antimatter. See if I find one of these. Are there any? I think these are all large rockets. That's a rocket. The rocket. Oh, it's this one down here, I think. Antimatter drive. There you go. He sneaks in the occasional antimatter, and it's the antimatter ones that do the real work. You know. Everything else is just phony. Big fake phony. Anyway, do check it out, because this is NT's Warlord, and like I said, he's extremely talented builder, and you can get a lot of ideas for your own builds by just having a look at everybody else's. And NT is not short on inspiration for cool ways of doing things, like how he's embedded these dishes in here, like the huge freaking structure that he's built around these dishes, purely decorative, but a wonderful way of going from that level to that level in a smooth, detailed way. Because you think about, you know, the decks on a ship, you can have them step up in just like, you know, right angles, and there's nothing to it. Or you can do something like that and blended in a beautiful way, and it makes it look awesome. So, yeah.
Read the chat, yeah, prat.
There we go. That's NT's thing. I will get to the chat right now, you impatient sods. Right. Good evening. Show us by firing lots of missiles. Looks illegal. Red card. This is the problem. I don't know. Wait, I don't see any of those amazing sexy torpedo launchers. This is suboptimal. Big ships are expensive to bring in and rarely function due to how much CPU must be put in the thrusters to move them. It's that stupid mass equals top speed limit that Elion put in. Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? Looks like a Hungarian battlecruiser went through a midlife crisis. We need to see it. Right, you want me to actually see... You want to see me fire the rockets. Yeah, I got you. Please put the HV utility vehicle on the workshop. Should be on the workshop. It is on the workshop because that says update rather than publish. Please stand by. If you go to the original HV utility vehicle, which means you just need to search HV utility, I think it's HV... Oh, there it is. Hang on. Back. Sorry. Yeah, HV utility vehicle. You know, just search that. There is a link in there to the Reforged Eden 2 version. So it is on there. I've just hidden it. I've just hidden it just for your convenience. Yeah. The other option is you find one of my builds, you click onto my workshop, and then you can browse through all of them, and the HV utility vehicle is there. Yeah, but the little node did not work. The link does not work? Is that what you're saying? It's tricky for me to test it because okay. Boy. I might have had it set on the wrong thingy. I had it set on hidden rather than unlisted. Try the link now. It should work now. Sorry about that. Right. They need one block's clearance to work. Okay, I will fire those. I will fire the missiles just for you guys. I will fire the missiles. What are they again? They are Hellfires. Something or others. 127. Reload. Target the asteroid. Empyrion and physics shouldn't be used in the same sentence. I couldn't agree with you more. There you go, look. How remarkable is that? Some of them are clearly clipping through blocks. See, that upsets me as well. Fire for drone torpedoes, full spread. Maximum yield. Otherwise known as blow the living bejesus out of that thing, will you please? Yeah, it looks awesome though, and it does fire successfully at whatever you're aiming at. Here we go. The other issue with this is that I can't actually see the fires coming out of my ship, the missiles coming out of my ship. They just sort of manifest under my nose at some point later. The underslung hangars, yeah, very Imperial Star Destroyer style. And even got, I presume he's got some modules, or maybe they fit the Helios modules, I don't know, but he's even got some docking arms here as well, which are very cool. And then on top of that, he's got more shutter doors to an internal hangar here, which is equally as stunningly beautiful done, and you bastard. But yeah, it's an impressive, very impressive ship. Very, very impressive ship. Big boat. Lots of dead space at the front here, just spaced armor and stuff, which I suppose makes sense because this is all destructible armor. You know, this is what you kind of sacrifice up front, really, to protect everything behind. It's got weird point defense turrets as well, which have extremely limited firing arcs. Very limited. But then okay, they also might be just decoy turrets that he's opened up on one side. Is there a combat brick on the bottom for watching the missiles? Not that I know of, but never say never, because don't think so. Because that's straight into the hangar base. So no, I don't think there is. There's the fusion reactor. Now I don't see a bridge underneath, so I'm guessing not. Then it goes into the hangar bays. Nope. There is a space. I think this is a space for an LX2 though, a Thor. I think the Thor is 2 up, 3 wide. So he is considered quite a lot, really. He's the Horn launchers, a Thor. You know, that slots in there lovely. Yeah. He's considered a lot of potential upgrades. Beautiful ship. Very nicely done. Right, I suppose I should throw some blocks at something and see what fucking sticks, I guess. Whatever. Thank you for the sub, Michael. Welcome along. It's Sony animation. Yeah. Speed is overrated. Big is justice. Yes, the Hellfire Whatsits, the peak of military technology, on par with the whatchamacallit guns. At least slap some paint on something so you feel like you were productive. Exactly, Owen. Yeah, I think that's that's where I'm at today. A little bit more progress on the base. I haven't got a huge amount of time to do this, so it's very slow progress at the moment, but I now have textured all of the downstairs here. So Pentaxid room is now done with the generator room. I've added these funky little emergency lockdown switches on the ammo boxes just to have something going on in here. And this is the furnace room, now textured as well. I've added in some extra plasma power turbine-y thing just down the side, just the basic ones. A, because you know there's space for them there, and B, I had some CPU available, so why not? But that leaves now 2 floors, one of which I've started but didn't get very far on, this one. So we've got the floors and some of the walls done, but still a long way to go. This is where the drone thingies are. It's where the kitchen is, and hydroponics. And then of course upstairs, this one is, I've redone that wall to make it look less industrial. This one is basically done. Maybe some finishing touches. And the penthouse itself. And then that will be on the workshop as soon as it's done and ready. I don't know if I showed you guys some of the fire coming out the vents. I've got some like bits and bobs out here. And this would be a great place to put, you know, you get those, what are they called? The things from Reforged Eden 2 that had the tanks, the tank tracks that you can just pick up. I get the loaders. I have put a loader here would look cool, or a loader on one of these thingies. Just slap like a little turret on it or whatever. They would look really cool there. The heavy loaders, yeah, thanks for Buildin. Exactly, they'd look really cool there. Anyway, we got a ship to build. Got a load of crap in here that I don't need right now. Just stuff that I've added because I've been building other things. So I realized that this laser turret is shot is obscured directly forward because this guy, I think I need to lower them in a little bit more, which is tricky because now they're going to be lowered in. I won't be able to lower those ones in, which are kind of obscuring the shots from these laser turrets. So yeah, I need to sink these guys in a little bit more, basically, is what I'm getting at. I'm not sure I will be able to. Not well. Anyway, I mean, based on what we see with NT's ship over there, we can sink these puppers in like quite a way and they'll still function. I'm quite happy with how they are set back here. I like having the nozzles visible like that. It just, yeah, for me, it makes it look like it's, you know, ready to work. Yeah. Trees in space. Well, that's not a space station. That is a planetary base. I've just put it in space because then I've got light all around. I can access the pillars underneath it. There's no because if you're underground you can't use the paint tool. There's reasons. It boggles my mind, but there we go. So I just brought it on space because it's easier to texture in there. We know that it's structurally sound now. So okay, let's have a middle symmetry. Get rid of you, and we're gonna sort of sink this in one more block. I think these side ones I'm going to be able to sink in, but the top ones I won't be able to. Yep, that looks of it. Okay. There we go. And instantly much better, I think. I'll have to fiddle with these blocks here, but that's okay. But instantly that laser's now got a shot, so that's freed up that. You might need to reconsider these guys and these guys. I might raise these guys up, put them back here, and put these guys up another block. Or something like that. Put these guys back here. I have to have a little think about that, I think. Right, okay. Crazy thing how embedded that is, but you know what? It works. It works. Hoping that laser turret there, it shouldn't be an issue, because I mean it's clear out here, and I think they basically fire out and then down. I could be wrong. All these are medium laser turrets. The idea being that the laser turrets take down enemy shields nice and quickly, and then we blast it to pieces with 8 heavy swarm launchers, which I'm hoping will do an absolute number on whatever we're shooting at. Well, we won't actually know until this thing's ready for at least an initial combat trial, which means we've got quite a lot of hull to get finished here, haven't it? Just make the ship bigger. Thanks, Thunderbird. I love your use of the word just. Awesome. You see, in Empyrion, one of the tools you've got in Empyrion is a scaling tool, where you can take your ship, you can scale it up. You can just literally go scale up by 2% or whatever, or 10%, and it will scale it up, and it will then, you know, add the material cost to that. Can't do that in Empyrion. Every device in Empyrion, apart from the turrets, are just blocks. So generators are just blocks. Now, there's not a spinning generator asset, there's not a fusion core or anything like that in there. They're just blocks. It's quite funny. So it's really easy to scale a ship up and down. Yeah, in Empyrion, not quite as easy to do that. Not quite. But yeah, no, I do get the sentiment, and I'm wondering at this point if I can maybe do 2 or 3 versions of this ship. I'll do a version that is a Core 9, a version that's the Core 17, which is the one we're building right now. And then maybe also we can take the ring, make it bigger, try and expand it, scale it up, like basically like you say, but that's a lot of work. That's a lot of work now. Even now, that's a lot of work. I might be mistaken, but I think I see a hull breach. Thanks, Fatman. Good spot, mate. Good spot. Empyrion is great for that. The editor infuriates me sometimes, but extremely convenient for that stuff. Yeah, it's got some wonderful features in it. I really wish that Empyrion and Empyrion would have, you know, some kinky sex one day and just, like, you know, make game babies. I got a bit graphic. I apologize. Just make game babies. Honestly, how hard can it be? Shame there isn't some way to export and rescale it in something else and import it back in. I think it might be easier to just run a campaign to Elion and just tell them to code it. Just make it happen. All right, like my campaign for Crouch. All right, it took 3 years, maybe longer. I don't actually know. Eventually, they added Crouch. Win. Yeah. I did influencing and things. I'm using a hell of a lot of combat steel here, and I think I said this last stream as well. I don't need to be using this much combat steel on non-key areas. So I'm going to switch now to steel. With Nvme increase of weapon limits, it's become harder to build ships. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree with you, but at the same time, it does give you more flexibility over what a ship is supposed to or can do. I mean, this is a very, very expensive missile frigate. Core 17, for sake. I mean, that is just lunacy. The auxiliaries and the quantums, just so we can get that max CPU, that tasty 1.416 million, and have 8 swarm launchers. I mean, it's absolutely ludicrous. I mean, practically, this ship is completely stupid, but you know, that's part of the fun, isn't it? It's harder because we have the same CPU limits, yeah. It's only harder if you force yourself to have the maximum numbers of something. You can absolutely get away with just having 2 heavies and the rest mediums, or all lights. I realized some of the most effective, like, combat ships out there are just basically lights. All manual fire lights. 24 of them. 24 plasma cannons or something like that. Just insane. It's brilliant. Me. Here are more options for weapon choices. Players, you've just made it worse! You can't win. You can't win. You know this. You already know this. You know this. You've done it to yourself. You've done that yourself, as Obi-Wan would say. Although I will admit, it is funny watching you suffer. Get it now, chat. I get it. I do. I understand. I finally understand. Hey, Michael. Oh my gosh.
Liar!
Good Anakin blur. I love it. Could you cut it into 4 along the x-axis, then spread it apart, fill in the gaps, make it bigger? The difficulty with that iron bucket is the curve here. So because I've got the ring, the one ring, I'd have to redo that entire ring in order to scale it up. You can't just say add more blocks to the 4 axes, because then the curve wouldn't meet, basically. But yes, I mean, yes, you could split it down the middle and you could split it into 4 and spread it out and then fill the gaps in. You just have to redo that bit. I still think Elion's block limits were the laziest form of balancing possible. Well, the block limits, yeah, I don't really like arbitrary block limits at all. I've never liked arbitrary block limits. I've liked the CPU system because it's a block limit that kind of like makes you stop and think and go, oh, hang on a minute. What do I actually need? What is this for? Etc. etc. Yeah. Arbitrary block limits. Never liked them. Can I match that? Do it that way around instead? Probably look better. Michael, it's not going to work. You can't spread vicious rumors. Everyone knows better. You're just embarrassing yourself at this point. Quite a lot of hole on the bottom here to sort of fill in, really. This huge section here. This gives us a great opportunity to have some interior space, but not really, considering there's a fusion reactor there, and this is a box ultimately that needs to. It's that big. So when you take that into consideration, it's suddenly absolutely no space whatsoever. If we continue that line up, it's right up against the edge of the fusion reactor. That is where we need to start introducing combat steel again. Not that I think there's going to be much of a case of damage going on down here, but you know. Continue this this style all the way along. Maybe flat on the top, maybe a central ridge. Well, I've done a little bit of stuff on the top here, venting, lumpiness, bits and bobs and stuff. But I've got to be careful here, because if I raise the height anywhere along there, then you start blocking the firing angles of these turrets. So yes, it is very flat. Especially if you look at it from there, it's just like bleh, that. But there is a practical reason for it. Although I do agree, it could do with some lumpiness. One of these days, someone will make Empyrion with component and weapon systems from the depth and hull editors from Reforged. But today is not that day. Cat on the window avoids eye contact and tries to look casual. Interior is going to be small, yeah. I mean, it's a combat ship, so yeah, there won't be much interior at all. Most of the interior will be here, basically, and then elevator down to a little hangar bay here, an elevator straight up into the bridge section here, and then everything will be sunk down here, sunk down here, with an elevator bridge. We could have some space forward as well. But yes, in essence, not a huge amount of space. It's, like I said at the beginning of the stream, actually quite a small ship, really. But I had to keep it small in a lot of ways, because in order to get the performance out of the engines, and in order to keep the CPU under control, you need... I've only got plasma and ion engines. If I make it bigger, I need more engines, which means then I've got less CPU available to spend on guns. Shields. Not that the shields are anything impressive, but I figure this will be mostly an armor tank anyway, given that this is all going to be armor as well, which is going to further the weight and slow it down more and yada 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 yada. So even though it's a small-ish frigate, I'm hoping it's going to be able to take a crap load of punishment. At least that's the plan anyway. We got to come up with some kind of shaping here as well. Single deck high, a ship for packlets. Would you consider sharpening the front? Right, so it's not so rounded. So based on that angle there. Would you have a flat tip? You'd have to have a flat point at the end anyway, because it's a middle block. If it was between blocks, then you could have a complete point, but based on that angle, you would point it to about there. I think the point, it would having it sharper at the front there would only go to highlight how straight the main ship is there, though. That's the problem. What's the hit point value of Xeno? So we've got a mixed hull at the moment. Xeno's 20,000, combat steel is 30,000. However, Xeno does have a bit of resistances for I think blast. Although doesn't quite tell me. But lacks resistance against laser weapons. Yeah. So not good against laser weapons, whereas the combat steel, excellent protection from environmental and weapon damage. It's kind of like all around, right? But you're looking at 4 tons a block compared to 2.25 tons a block. So half its weight, 10,000 less hit points, and it's weaker against laser weaponry. Like, it's still strong, but yeah, you know, it's gonna fall quicker than combat steel. In retrospect, what's hardened steel? Hardened steel is 12,500. It's about half what a Xeno steel block is, again. So it gives you a hit point hierarchy. 30,000, 20,000, 12,500. And hardened, I think, good protection from environmental weapons. So it's the same as combat steel in terms of its protection, like resistances and stuff. But remember, there are some weapons out there that are specifically designed for armor, like to take out armor. So, as Vermilion says as well, Xeno is weak against lasers, but strong against disruptors. So Legacy use disruptors, right? So you'd use Xeno if you're fighting the Legacy, and you'd use combat steel if you're fighting anyone else, I think. I'm guessing. So I won't be able to fight both in this one, so I've used a mix of Xeno and combat steel. The outer hull is combat steel. We got Xeno interior, and then what I might do is just do like fire breaks, like do a wall of combat steel and a wall of Xeno, a wall of combat and a wall of Xeno, and layer it like that. And so as damage comes in, further in, inevitably reaching these lasers here, then it has a harder time to get through the hull, you know, regardless of what I'm fighting, essentially. And also remember that Xeno gives you 7 shield capacity, combat steel only gives you 4. So that's another consideration for Xeno as well. More shield capacity. But then disruptors melt shields like they're not even there, if I remember correctly. This game is missing nukes. I don't know what I don't really know what nukes would generally actually bring to the table from a game perspective. Like, I did toy around with the idea. I think I was talking about it like a few months ago. I said it's like, it'd really be cool if there's an end game nuke that you can just like throw at a POI and it just makes it go away. Like, it's a proper little revenge power trip. But as many people pointed out when I was talking about it then, it's like, well, where's the fun in that? They'd be abused all the time. I don't know. Nukes would bring lag to the table. Yeah. How much shield do you get with one wall? What? One of these walls? Well, let's have a look. It's only... That's 3, 6, 9, 12. There's 24, 27. 27 times 7. Can somebody do that for me real quick? 27 times 7. I know you guys are probably quicker at it than I am. $189. Thank you, Vermilion. 189 shields for one wall. Which is less than a single laser hit. Damn you, symmetry mode. I have a calculator here. Good evening, Mr. D. 180 plus 9. I like how we all pulled our phones to these. Yeah, so it's tricky, isn't it? It's like, oh yeah, just chuck a load of Xeno in it. You actually get a lot less shields than what you might think. Unless you have 10,000 Xeno blocks, I don't think you're going to make much of a difference. Because even 70,000 shields do not last long. So all this sort of block shaping here gives me an opportunity with a texture tool later to really kind of like break up this sort of flat hole that I've got going on here. And I can't go too vertical with it. I suppose I could probably get away with raising the bridge by another block height. I think that would work. Means is basically what I've done down there. I'm just conscious the closer I work towards the ring, the less impressive the ring looks. It makes the ring look less girthy. That does sound like a bot, doesn't it? Ah, damn it, I forgot to add those freaking things with the things, and oh, the things have happened. And... me, pop up, go away. Block. The ban hammer has been used. The real stream now. My teacher in elementary. You need to learn to calculate in your head. You won't have a calculator with you every single day. I know, right? Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Now, however, maths are important. People stay in school, right? Because, you know, otherwise, just leave it all up to the bots. Leave it all up to the bots, and they win. They dick your dupes. Hey Dad, how you doing, buddy? I'm thinking I need to raise those lasers up one block and those lasers up another block on top of that. So they're on the same level at the moment, which means that these guys ain't shooting anything, because, you know, that's their view. Their view is the ass end of that turret. So unless the thing I'm shooting is up there or over there, they ain't really doing anything, right? So they need to go ideally up there, but I want to raise these up as well. So I think what I need to do is raise this bridge, which I've only just like put a rough design of it in place here, just so I can get a good view out the window there. So cut that, paste that. Move it up by 1. Paste again. Remove that. Alright, so that's what we're dealing with now. Let's grab... no, I don't need that anymore. Grab the medium laser turrets and light modulated laser turrets that I've got here. I think these are out. Right, so I'm thinking the light modulators go up here and the mediums go down here. And I have to redo this bit, in fairness. We will have to redo this bit. And that's fine. Might need to figure this out as well. think about it. So we'll put the laser turrets. I need to build up. So the laser turret's there. And then modulators will have to go there. Okay. Oh, they'll definitely have an angle. Right, so now we need to build this up in a satisfying way. I might need to raise these up as well a little bit. If the internet died, only those over 40 would survive. I don't think you give people enough credit. There would be panic. There would be a lot of panic. There'd be tears. There'd be crying. But yeah, I don't think it would be that bad. The problem is the hit to the economy would would be the worst. The global economy is kind of dependent on the internet now. Just a smidge. I'm going to take all this combat steel out because I don't think we need multiple layers of the stuff back here. And I'm trying to think now how to raise this up in a nice satisfying way, right? So I'm wondering about coming off of this curve here and just sort of integrating that, this slope. I realize this is all combat steel under here as well. Right, so let's stick. I think I'll stick with this angle first, and then I'll switch it up into the slightly lower gradient. And again, we'll get what almost looks like a little bit of curviness to it. Whether that will work or whether it will look awful or not, we'll find out when it's done. But yeah, you go from that angle, which I think is 45 degrees, to this, I think 33. It's calculated at. Have you tested the ship in battle yet? No. No, I have not. I haven't got a complete hull. I can't test it in battle until I have a complete hull. Tricky, isn't it? Doesn't work then, does it? Okay. So we'll continue this angle for... Ah, pretty irritating. Right, okay. Imagine if there was an AI fill-in hull button and you could keep mashing it until it comes up with something close to what you wanted. What a time saver. Yeah, but inevitably you then find 1,000 problems with it that you then have to fix. It reminds me of the autocomplete in Planet Coaster. I don't know if you've ever played that. That never got it right. That's awful. I need to move that further forward. Actually a nice little slot here as well. You could add another little turret here and it would actually have a good shot directly forward. So, you know, if we end up with the CPU available, which I doubt, but it's possible, then we might be able to add another modulated there, which counts as a light. That could be good. Hey, Mincarty, how you doing, buddy? Operator Hoot, thank you for the 62 months resub, and Sin Selenia, thank you for the Prime sub as well. Appreciate you guys, thank you very much. Right. Bring that down now. I'll tell you what, I've got. need too wide. Let's... Got no block out, and I'm only one away from that, and that's ideal. Dimensions are right on the edge here. The problem is now I've got a 2 wide gap where I need a 3 wide turret. Unless, of course, I just erase that. Put the turrets that were out there here. Except to move them forward a block. Weird. Move them forward a block so that we can have something behind them. What is the HP like on those ramps? They look really good and seem quite versatile. The ramps, those ones. Oh, have I used? I've used steel structural ramps instead of combat steel structural ramps. Thank you for getting me to look at those, because that could have been disastrous. They have got 45,000 hit points compared to the 30,000 of, say, a normal block, or less if it's shaped. So, block hit points scale with size. Make a solid block 30,000, the ramp block 45,000. But that covers three blocks. Excuse me. Oh, 100%. Still not bad at all. Quite right. Any plans on a satisfactory Let's Play since 1.0? I'd love to. I don't know when I'm going to have the time to do it. I really don't. Yeah, it's another one of the 1,000 games that have come out all at the same time. It would. I would really, yeah, genuinely. I'd love to. Nice effect, that, doesn't it? Is this on the workshop? It's not even finished yet, Jerry. It will be on the workshop, though, yes.
Welcome aboard.
He's not even there yet. Hey, Cincelina. Spanj, my analysis detected a lack of couches. Austin, thanks for the sub, dude. Welcome along, man. Yeah, couches. I'm sure we'll have space for a couch. I'm considering using crew quarters up front here as based armor, so, you know, who knows? Crew quarters with combat steel walls. Yeah, it's fine. Private residence Gerald at the top of the nose, yep. Is that steel or just the game darkening combat steel covering your vitals? So that's steel, that's combat steel. It is heavy. It is heavy. I mean, if we look at what is 16.6 kilotons so far, 45 meters a second forward, backwards, 25 left, right, 22 up, 23 down, 25 roll, 18 yaw, 15 pitch. I mean, not bad for a capital vessel in the performance department. That's positively nimble. General scheme of things. However, that is going to disappear rather quickly when we finish adding the layering the armor in and adding all the other devices such as fuel tanks, ammo boxes, and so on and so forth. I don't think it'll be as bad as, say, like you'd have to turn on pilot mode or anything, but well, hopefully not, at least anyway. Hopefully it won't be that bad.
Welcome aboard.
But yeah, it's it'll slow down. That's for sure. How many combat steel blocks does it already have? So combat steel blocks, 2,495 with 79 combat steel ramps, 1,339 steel blocks, and 428 Xeno steel blocks. But as we're coming towards the back of the ship now, we're going to be basically just almost all steel, apart from, like, I'll put a nice little block on the back here of combat steel in case we get backdoored. That will hopefully, because the thruster there will be the closest device to something behind us, so that's inevitably what they'll probably target, that in the warp core. But there's a nice combat steel block there that should hopefully protect long enough for me to get the ship either out of trouble or turned around and facing the correct way. Right. At the moment, I just want to put some combat steel over areas that might take damage. i.e. that turret right there and stray shots associated with it. Sure about having a perfect pyramid on the back here, to be honest. Necessary. Too many? Why is it? What rule book are you looking at? What do you mean it's too many? What do you mean? What's too many? Yeah, so Prime, I guess what, instead of just, so normally what I do is you'd have just combat steel, say, under your turrets, under your guns, around your thrusters, in front of these parts, and yada 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 yada. You just cover your vital organs in combat steel, and surround everything else. But given the nature of damage in Reforged Eden 2, in that, you know, black, explosive radius damage happens, you get shield penetrating damage as well. The reason I've decided to mostly coat the front outer hull in combat steel, which has led to the high numbers here, is so that it can soak all of that up, basically over extended periods of time, without resulting in missing blocks and stuff. And I don't know why these are steel. That's problematic. Because one of the things I noticed from my playthrough is how wide an area. So the damage isn't focused anymore. It's not focused on where your vital organs are anymore. It's spread out a hell of a lot more than it used to. And sure, directed weapons still obviously try and focus on individual things, and you should definitely try and have decoy thrusters and stuff like that to draw the fire. But the overall damage is spread so far that I wanted to basically not end up with huge holes in the ship really quickly because of area of effect weaponry. I've armored back here, yeah. I mean, the top, the way I see it, the damage profile will go from there and it will spread backwards. And I could probably get away with not having combat steel back there and around there and stuff like that. I'll admit. Yeah. Probably a bit much. But I'm really hoping to just sort of minimize the block loss, really, because repairing blocks is cheap. Replacing blocks, that can get not so cheap. Spanj, there is something very strange with the current game version. Current game version? Every game version is bloody strange, right? I mean, bearing in mind that Elyon just released 1.11.8. So inevitably, they've introduced about 450,000 bugs. I exaggerate, of course. 449,000. Yeah, I have gone overboard on the combat steel, and there's like bits like this which are just stupid, and I don't understand And a lot of it is just I forget to like change block type from steel to combat steel or vice versa. You know, this stuff here. Oh, I did put combat steel actually here because of the advanced turbine. Actually, never mind. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of places I can definitely trim the fat, as it were. Reactor core underneath that, so I wanted to keep that. The shield generators underneath that, so I wanted to keep that. And you just end up with these like large patches of combat steel everywhere. To be honest, the bottom front here probably doesn't need to be. It's very rarely going to get shot around here. There's only one layer around the front of the ring here, mostly just because I have got weapons up here, down there, thrusters here. It's just possible that it might take some hits and stuff like that. But yeah. In all honesty as well, I mean, it's not impacted the performance too much. But hopefully provide enough armor. What you got? Spanj, on previous games, we could copy the game files to a folder and had no problem. But on current version, I cannot see my old saves. Ew. Copy your game files to new vault. Why don't you just use that button? Choose that button. It creates a copy of your save game. And you can see it in your saves then. There's no need to manually copy a save folder, you just use the backup button. I'm playing Galactic Civilization 3. Wish me luck. Spaghetti nips, good luck. I'd see you in about 3 years. There's a long haul, that is. Right. So, where was I? Right, switching back down to steel here. What have we got going on over here? This is the superstructure here. I was just going to keep this nice little roundy block. Continue old games and make it update proof. Oh. Right. I see what you're saying. I don't know then, I'm afraid. I'm very sorry, but yeah, I don't know. I've never done it that way before. Why won't you... Have I got an invisible block? Yep. Got an invisible block, guys. Yeah, it's been a while since I've had one of those. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh. Oh my gosh. I don't think it was just there either. I think it is. There we go. Dumb. Out of... So... He's... Oh! Have you ever thought about playing Empyrion again? Because you did pretty good last time you played it. Yeah, no, I thought about playing Empyrion again, but I'm not quite sure how to make it different. Like, I feel like I would just be repeating what I did last time, if you know what I mean. Because we'll see it's got quite a fixed progression. Yeah, obviously you can have different ships and you can, I suppose, focus on different parts of the game. But it's still, I suppose, you got to kill the bosses to progress and get through the different areas to the center. You know, I don't know how. I just feel like I'd be repeating the series that's already up there, basically. I'm not quite sure how to do it differently other than to just use different ships. Whereas the Empyrion, you got a little bit more kind of variety that you could do. You can go different starting planets. You can break bad, you know, and all sorts of stuff like that. So I guess you can break bad in Empyrion as well and just attack everyone, I guess. It's an option, isn't it? Hey, Robert. Reached crucial part of the build. The arse. Things become increasingly difficult. Does Vorian still make you hostile if you accidentally crash into a gate? I don't think it's that bad anymore. I think you can crash into a gate and it knocks a little rep off, but I don't think it like makes you instantly hostile. It is what you are going to be starting at the most. Best make it interesting. What do you need to get a blue flame on your butt? The effects projector. Blue whales. Base slugs. Or a bean burrito. Eat lots of beans, yep. Hey, Captain No Name, dude, thank you for the 5 memberships. Awesome, man. Very, very cool of you. Very generous. It's all gone quiet. Yeah, it's better with big structural blocks. Well, I was thinking about maybe bringing this down here and doing a sort of inverse thing like this. Hey, Villain Amanda, thank you for the $2. Welcome along. Hope you're doing well. Hope work's treating you all right as well, Bill. Been a bit busy, I think, isn't it? Been a bit crazy, I hear. Mostly because you told me. Oh, he speaks. I'm sorry, zoning into the build, all right? Looks very Vulcan-like. I'm glad, Willem, because that's pretty much what it was inspired on. Yeah. Time to attempt to break Spanj again. Are you missing in action? Don't you dare. We're having a nice time. Okay, we're just building some stuff here. It's all good. No need to do that. We got through it more or less. Thanks for asking. I'm glad, Bill. Good job, mate. Yeah, the wife's going through a bit of a work thing at the moment, so all seems to be happening at the moment. I think everybody's sort of like back into the swing of it, as it were, you know, and it's all just like, everybody's getting on. Suddenly there's 1,000 things to do, and everybody's just kind of like, what the hell's going on here? Got an idea back here. I need the deco ones. The decos. But that way around, like that. And then obviously run it off of something back there. I think it'll look quite cool. Just like a block like that. Run that off there. Do something similar here as well. Fear of overusing, though, that's the problem. It'd be better at the top there. A Jedi, a child murderer, and a Sith walk into the bar. A bar, I apologize. The bartender goes, "Get the hell out of here, Skywalker." Damn. Yeah, that's yeah, not wrong. Yep. He isn't all of those things at once, though. He spreads it out, at least over a few years. You know, because I suppose if you're going to do child murdering, you want to at least spread it out a little bit, right? Otherwise you get a reputation. Oh my gosh.
Welcome aboard.
Hey, real indeed. Thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Sorry, subs over on the Twitchy land. And that's awesome, dude. Thank you so much.
Welcome aboard.
I appreciate that generosity, man. I really do. Thank you so much.
Welcome aboard.
We're getting some good detail on the back here now. Now, I figure this would be a really nice little SV landing pad back here. I might do some extra block texturing around those thrusters, but otherwise I was going to leave this pretty flat back here so that we could like do a nice little pad type deal. I see you, brilliant. I see you, watching you. Yeah, I'm watching you. Thank you for the subs, but also watching you. Gee, I see. Ooh, don't you even...
Welcome aboard.
Hey, Manderville, thank you for the resub. 33 months. Oh, hey, thank you. Oh, hey. Just casually. Oh, what is going on over here? I've got a hull breach. Just run out of blocks. Quite happy with that arse. I think that arse is nice. It's a good arse, as arses go. Yeah, the front of the ship is now a bit too plain. I've done all the detailing at the back. And the front is just like, there. There.
Welcome aboard.
Is it possible to make anything laney proof? Yes, it is. You give her an eggplant of destiny, right? Here it is. I think I actually have one called Laney Ship or something like that. Oh, there's the feisty eggplant. That's the one, isn't it? The feisty eggplant. Here it is. Right, you make the feisty eggplant. You paint it pink. And you tell her, Laney, if it dies, I will be very offended. And you know what Laney's like? She's the last one to die anyway, because she always stays at the back, stays out of trouble. So it's fine. You know, she gets her eggplant of destiny, bright pink ship. She loves it. She's happy. And then she stays out of trouble because you built her something, told her not to blow it up. And she's very good at not dying anyway. Laney proof. It's pink and pretty. She doesn't want to hurt it. Hey, Lag to Death, thank you for the 5 months resub over on Twitch as well. Thank you guys. Welcome back, everybody. All the resubs coming in now. Love it. I'm in a quandary. There is an element of quandarying going on about the front of the ship now. Why can't it have detail just because it's going to get beat to shit? See, this is the problem. I know that is going to get beat to crap. So I'm like, nah. Why put a lot of detailing into it? It's just going to get beaten up and blown up. Constantly repaired. Hey, but... Where? I must murder it. Immediately. Oh yeah, I got him. We got him. Bye-bye. And bye-bye. I really need to get those phrases added to my freaking auto filters. Repair to template, baby. Yeah, exactly. It will look good until it does.
Welcome aboard.
One time it blown up when Leni was in a panic, multi-tool her pilot seat. I did try and do that. She put a hole in my ship and wouldn't tell me where she put the hole in my ship, even though she said she repaired it. But then I didn't trust that she repaired it, and then she refused to tell me that where she put a hole in her ship. So I put a hole in her ship. Anyway, one thing led to another, and ultimately, I put a lot of holes in her ship. Many holes were added. Many holes are added, and yeah, it really escalated quite quickly. Actually, we got out of hand. It got out of hand quite fast. Quite a different height difference between the bridge and this part, though. I'm kind of like, can I do two bulby like things, or actually, I think I need to. Ooh, bring the hull down from here some way. My ships always look like a shoebox. Hey, you'll start with a shoebox. Have you seen the STO3? Particularly a shoebox. Great little ship, though. It works wonderfully. Well, it did. I mean, I suppose it still works in vanilla. Yeah. I don't actually know. You know what? Been a minute. Been a minute. Yeah, you have to start somewhere. I had to redo it. Kate, by watching your streams. Fair enough. I'm glad they helped. I was passed the other day by a shoebox. Was it you? Was it you? Bit of a quandary now, because that is clearly not going to line up. Got two conflicting shapey shapes going on here. See if I can redo this one and refigure it. No, reconfigure it. A good place for, I don't know, some kind of an interior deck of some description. We could put some glass on the back here and actually have a nice view out the butt. Start with a shoebox, then chisel away until it looks good. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Not far off. By Jove. By Jove, he says. think I might have it. Easy. What do you bloody know? Look at that. Excuse me.
Welcome aboard.
Near Criminal, dude, thank you for the sub. Welcome along. Don't be ashamed of your shoebox. Anyone on a server who takes the piss probably downloaded everything they own from the workshop, aka can't even build a shoebox. Ooh, oh, snap, snappity snap, feisty fighting fight to talk. That is. But yeah, he's probably right. That. Essentially, oh God, you know what? The windows just like that, they just look so boring, don't they? Raise them up a little bit, bed them in like that, and then suddenly they look a little less boring. Dimple. Of course, they do end up having less of a view, but you know, you still see out there reasonably easily, and at least then the windows don't look quite so. Norsville. The other option, since it's only one block, that would be the ceiling of. So presumably that's the room. It's one deck high. Given these are shaped blocks, that does limit our ability to then increase that height. So why don't we go down another block like that, and then take, oh, easy tiger, not too much spicy. And do that and have a double window with the full aspect. Then you've got one hell of a view out the back. Ah, yes, it'd be a situation room, conference room, something. Nice. Those windows are hull breaches in the making. In the arse end of the ship. Hopefully not. Hopefully you're not being backdoored that hard. Right, how are we going to sort this nose problem out then, This nostril issue. Hey, retina burner. Yeah, I quite like the bum. I think that the bum has done well. Give it eyes and some fangs. Ah, see, you're sort of embracing the kind of mouth thing that I got going on here. I see. Playing Gargame. Gargamel. Yep. Bend it like back. Get rid of the angles that cut back in. Oh, I see. Yeah. Big ass railgun in the front. Actually, an interesting idea. Because we have a look at NT's ship again. Remember that LX2 Thor and how he's embedded that in there, all the way back here. Got a lovely little room for an LX2. Very nicely thought out. That's all the way back there. I wonder if we could do something similar on our little ship. We can maybe, I wouldn't say necessarily copy it exactly, but split the hull down the middle with the intention of an LX2. But the problem is that LX2 is 3x2. Too high, 3 wide, I mean. Yeah. We could put an LX2. Let's take that off. Be gone! We could put the LX2 like there. It's still quite far forward, isn't it? Yeah. Mind you, if we're a block, be underneath that laser cannon, then we could put it all the way back here. I'm not saying we include it in the blueprint, of course, but we could have a space for one. I kind of agree with you to get rid of this nonsense going on here. Both sides. And I think what I'm going to do is take the bottom half off and taper it down at an angle like that. Kind of similar to how we've done that, but on the front, right? Yeah, so I figure the LX2 could be back here underneath this turret here. That should be back far enough. And then, so hang on a second. Let me get this, because let me do a quick save here. Grab from there to there, and just delete that, right? Now follow that line up. Yeah, I think that looks, I think that instantly looks better. Just having, obviously that looks like shit, but yeah, just if you imagine this line here, and we can start this back even further actually, because we can bring this back and say start it back there. Oh, sorry. Now name the ship the Rapier and call it a day. Is a bit, isn't it? The Sword of Damocles. Gotta be careful here, because the these blocks are great, except they don't texture. They're not texture friendly, right? So you gotta be careful not to overuse them. Because all of that now has to be a default color palette color and no texture. This sort of Spanj. I think it looked fine the way it was. Oh, Joshua, I'm sorry. I mean, it did look fine. It looked fine the way it was. But I'm not after just fine. I'm not after just fine. No. We're a bit beyond fine. It just looks fine. Well, it ain't good enough. Okay, it looked magnificent. It was the dog's bollocks. Damn it, Joshua! Why didn't you tell me before? I could have put a stop to all of this madness. I say madness. Shit. Well, there we go. Spanj, do you not tell Mrs. Spanj and the Spanjanite that they are fine individuals, eh? I see what you're trying to do, and I appreciate it. You would otherwise appear to have a magnificent point. However, we all know, in the dictionary and language of, you're gonna sound like a you're gonna sound like a pig right now, but in the dictionary of the language of the woman, this is gonna end badly. What am I doing? In the dictionary of the language of the woman, the word "fine" nearly means fine. Does it, gentlemen? Does it really? Doesn't mean fine. Pig. Damn it. It was a trap all along. This is why I don't use the 3x1 ramps. Oh yeah, the texturing limitations. We'll figure it out. Say the buzz, say the buzz, say the buzz. In British, fine is mediocre. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's it. See? Yeah. Now you understand. Now you understand. English. He means you seriously effed up. Do not proceed. Fantastic. Excellent. You guys are the best. What the f am I doing right now? Well, I'm mutilating my build. That's what I'm doing. I'm causing bigger problem to deal with. Okay. So that's... Where does it fire from? Is it between the two blocks? Great. So I have to have a 2-block clearance? Yeah, okay. My God. Wait, no. That ain't right, is it? There we go. I had to do the old page up. I had to do the page up. All right. There we go. We slapped an LX2 in there. Slappity slap. Just like that. Hmm. It's a tuning fork. Now it's split in half. You may as well make it bigger at the same time. Not split in half, okay? Need some girth. Hang on. Right. I'm trying to come up with multiple designs at the same time, right? But I at the same time, I don't want to just copy what NT's done, but what NT's done is so magnificent, it's kind of hard not to. Anyway. Yeah, that's it. That's the thing, isn't it? Nocturne, yep. Yeah, no, I know it needs glowy shit down the barrel, yep. Check out the Warlord for how the missile launchers are placed. Hey Mike, welcome to the stream. We spent the first half of the stream looking at the Warlord. I have had a look at the Warlord. It is a freaking magnificent beast, and he's embedded the missile launchers into the ship like that, and somehow they work. From there, they can fire through these gaps, and they just work. I don't really understand how he's figured that out, but he's figured that out. They work, and that's fucking magnificent. Yeah, the LX2 railgun thingy-majiggy he's got going on down here as well. It's also really cool. So you know, he's got this trench thing dealing with it, which is I suppose like what's inspired my current thing. I'm trying not to copy it exactly, of course, but yeah, it's basically the same thing. Let's be honest. I'll probably do more glowy shit than he's done, but yeah. ETA to pipes. Whoa, not long now, Iron Bucket. I suspect the front of the ship is going to be awash with pipage any moment now, because I've got to now join up these shapes all together and make them look nice and stuff, and then it's going to involve some pipage, I think. Yes. Definitely going to involve some pipage. Pipes 36 hours? Yeah, doubtful. Doubtful. Well, I'm not sure about that. Not sure about that little knob on the end there, or whether I should just finish that line there. No, I think I'll keep the knob. I'm gonna keep the knob, guys. Too sharp. I direct shot down that barrel from every weapon it's pointed at. Isn't that every manual fire? It's set far enough back that hopefully, you know, other things will get shot before it does. Cible.
Welcome aboard.
Almost your lead weapon decoy. Oh, it's just the ship isn't quite long enough, is it? That's the front of the LX2 there. But what I can do, I suppose, in order to try and ease that fear. I mean, the LX2 isn't going to be there. It isn't going to be there. It's there if you want it. If there's a hole there if you want it. But I suppose you could put lights or mediums down there if you want, you know, and you've got a too high gap there for something, laser cannons or whatever. But I suppose I could create a slot here and maybe mount some light laser cannons in there to be the decoys. Could move this turret up to here, but I think that would just die instantly. It wouldn't last very long at all. No, sentry guns don't count as decoys. It needs a nose extension, says Billy. I think it does. I think what I'm going to do is... I don't know if this is going to work or not. Way to find out. And also, let's do this out of steel because this is an armor. Yeah, that just looks a bit stupid. If it was the same angle going on here as well, then maybe it would look okay, but it is. I don't think you're going to see the yeah, that's not bad. Not bad. That gives us some room to play with here and here. Hey, Chucky. Hey, Wendella as well. Welcome along. I wish we had access to actual decoy blocks. Yeah. I think from a sort of a profile point of view, it's actually looking pretty dope. Excuse me, sorry. Now we just need to like ram some actual functionality into this armor, right? So we've got a little space there. Got these light laser cannons. I think if I dig into that, maybe like one more, put a couple of light laser cannons there, cover up this Xeno here. I really like the Xeno texture. And we've got thrusters there as well. Decoy thrusters right at the front there. And we've got actual functional thrusters here, but I suppose, you know, they're also decoys, right? We've got the laser cannons now bedded into the armor there as well. It's on the lower half, so... Spanj! Twitch broke! Twitch new! Right, read the chat, yeah, prat. I already did. Ha! Your blurb was late. Now who looks stupid? There was an error. And yeah, it's failed to restart. Hang on. Hang on, I'm on it. I will have to end the stream on YouTube's as well and restart it. Hang on, guys. I'll be right back. Right, are we back? I think we're back. I think we're back. Possibly. Possibly. Right. All right, there we go. I think we're back. Sorry about that. Yeah. Sorry, my little stream app thing desynced again, but restarting it sorts it out. And YouTube actually seems reasonably resilient now and doesn't create a new stream instantly. Yeah, YouTube paused momentarily because I have to actually stop the encoder and then start it up again. Bill, don't worry about it, dude. It's fine. You're doing awesome, man. Bill's like, I've been working on the new version every night, I swear. It's like I'm holding a knife to him. I'm not. I'm just the whole time I've been like, it's fine. Take your time. It's all good. You do you. I feel bad for him. Bless him. Put so much pressure on himself. It's all good, Bill. Thank you very much. I as always, appreciate whatever efforts you can afford, my friend. Thank you. Looks like a Nestor. I think somebody said it looked a bit like something. Stratus is it on Eve? And is there anyone using the LCD Studio app for their Empyrion builds? I've tried to use it a few times, and I'm sure it's just me being a moron, because it usually is. But I've not been able to get it. Like, I'll draw something on the LCD app, and then it comes to export it into an LCD, and it's just fucking all over the place. It doesn't match what I've drawn. So, no, I've been waiting for it to go through a few more variant versions and stuff like that. Although I think he's released it now, hasn't he? I should probably give that another go. Put a lot of effort into it. I'm quite happy with the front now, that as it is. Yes, that is. There's a sizable gap down there, but that's okay. And that's okay. We'll put so much for the crew quarters at the front here. Put a wall of Xeno at the end, and a wall. Oh, hello, cheeky. Combat steel, sorry. That one took me by surprise. Wow. Not just you, I can't use it either. Very little in the way of help tutorial builds are available. Are you able to hit yourself with that railgun if you move the ship while shooting? Nah, because I think the Thor is hit scan, right? So it doesn't have a shell, it just instantly hits what you shoot at. I think it's hit scan. I could be wrong. Some of the heat hull detailing up done up here actually still holds. I think I might replace these ones with hull blocks though, like that. Oh, that's kind of cool. What? No glowy bits and bobs back there? We have glowy bits and bobs. I just haven't done the texturing yet, but that whole thing is going to be red glowy bits and bobs. You know, do it now if you want, but you won't be able to see much of it. It will just look like a dark red mass, you know? They'll actually put fuel tanks in and stuff like that. Not going to look like anything. Do you really need to make a combat steel bomb? I don't know, have you ever been parked at an asteroid or parked doing something in your ship and then a patrol vessel comes from underneath you and fires a bunch of artillery and missile rounds into your belly? Because I have. No, that's happened to me. Okay? I mean, these are critical systems. Shield. These are fucking expensive. That's fucking expensive. So, yeah. That's how I lost my first CV, says Bill Amanda. Just cover the fusion core with shield with Xeno. Yeah, I suppose Xeno could do the job. I mean, I've got a double layer here, actually, so that's a fair point. I could Xeno it. I can do... I want internal access to this, and am I stuck then with Xeno textures? Let's see. I can probably get internal access to that through this subdeck here, and then an elevator down. Yeah. And then... yeah, I would then be stuck with Xeno textures. So I'm going to stick with combat steel on the visible parts there. This front here. But I will make the outer layer steel. Easy, Tiger. Xeno is lighter, yeah. There's potential here for another turret, like another light laser I could put on the bottom here. It wouldn't have much in the way of a firing angle, but I also don't have any... I mean, the lasers are pretty good point defense as they are. Like, they're not bad at shooting down drones, but it might be a case that I don't want them shooting drones. So I might see if I can cram a couple of gats on here, top and bottom. Lasers are not hit scan anymore. They do a lot, they miss a lot. Plenty of room on the back for another gap, but not much on the top for a gap. And this, so I invent some space. I could invent some space where these ramps are. Here. That works. Top and bottom. That means they can shoot sideways. Well, that one can at least. And that one can engage from here. Yeah, just about enough anti-drone. We'll see how they do. I can always upgrade them to mediums if I need to, given CPU allowance, of course. Bunch of sentries against drones. How much CPU is a sentry? $350 to 10,000. Probably would be cheaper in sentries, but sentries don't have like a really good range. They have really shite range. They gotta get like really close, haven't they? What's the range on a sentry gun? 300 meters. Blacks may be good at drone defense with Vermilion made them homing. Did he? I did not know that. Well, flaks are the same price as GATs then. Because you can get light missile turrets are also 10,000. Auto-tracking ship-mounted twin-barreled anti-aircraft cannon used typically to engage high-speed aircraft or torpedoes by saturating the battleship with shrapnel. 100% blast damage versus drones. Wow. 50% blast damage versus HV and SV armor blocks. No wonder they do an absolute number on your SVs. Okay. Let's replace these buggers with flaks then. You want drone defense? We're going to have a little hangar bay at the back here, at the bottom back. This is the last bit of hull we've got to do then, guys. Everything else is looking pretty... well, apart from the ring, of course, but that's just laying a lot of blocks repetitively over and over, so we'll do that right at the end. Dean Jane Randall used them and had not success. He went to GATS, had better result with arrows. Yeah. I recall in testing the necessary, my SV got killed at the trade station around Omicron and had about 20-kilometer spacewalk back to the planet to recover from. At that point, you just die and press the fresh start button. Yeah, exactly. Missing in action did the same thing. Die and respawn. Death solves many issues in the lands of Empyrion. Got this section of hull here, which is very plain, repetitive. I'm not really sure how to break it up or do any interesting things with it, other than maybe just like injecting some huge pipes. Just some huge pipes into the side of it. EGS solution. Just die. Hey, Darth Vader. Let's play with some ideas. Hang on, what we got? Because we got these wonderful roundy boys here.
and they can create. Well, we've also got consider Vermilions and Rivians deco blocks. So we've got those these things here. I'm trying to remember here. These are 2x2. So that would be. These guys are. What are these guys? These guys are. So you make a circle like this, right? And none of these fit that. Annoyingly, none of those fit that. They're the closest, but they're going to sit awkwardly off to one side. Okay. Which means then the more traditional sort of 2x2 pipes may be best. Could use some of the external decorative parts. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking right now, is breaking this up with some deco. Okay, I gotta do it in a way that doesn't compromise the armor, you know? So, yeah. We're doing some interesting things. Trying to figure out spacing here. Obviously, we don't want to compromise the reactor, so I think, to be honest, we're going to be starting here. We're going to be cutting in. Getting into about there. The only problem with these sorts of blocks is they eat an enormous amount of space, which is great if you've got an enormous amount of space to eat up, basically. Otherwise, not so much. Hey, I am Wolf. How you doing, buddy? Right. So what I think I'm going to do in here is I've done it similar builds where I've just done these kind of like enormous storage tanks kind of thing. Put a little breaker there. Like that. One. And then if we build this around, I don't realize I'm doing this in combat still right now, but let me just figure out the shape and then I'll switch it over. Yeah, that works. It's a good size. It slots right back in there. Like that, and that is right. Oh, some of this might actually need to be combat steel, to be fair. just think a second. Hang on. That makes it a ball, doesn't it? Which is what we do want to do. Hey, Dragon Stalin, dude, thank you so much for the $25. No memberships right now. BrewTube is giving me the circle of death when giving memberships, but super chats still work. Mate, I appreciate that. All the same, thank you so much. Thank you for trying. Thank you for trying to undo YouTube's stupidity. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you very much. Wow. What nonsense, eh? What a load of rubbish. YouTube, that is. Right. Screwtube, yeah. Could be deuterium tanks. It could be pentaxid tanks. It could be oxygen tanks, fuel tanks. Whatever we want, they're going to be inside the ring, so you're barely going to notice them. You won't be able to see them from this angle. You'll barely be able to see them from that angle. But they're there. What block goes there? That one. Oh, Spanj has found these nuts blocks. It's a big ball. The long ball. The funny shaped ball. These nuts shapes. I love that. What do you think we can put in here? Should we put anything in here? I'm not sure. Gerald's quarters. Do we have pipes and a hot tub? Oh, we got the pipes. Haven't got a hot tub yet. But never say never. Hot tubs can happen. Use a regular hanger door, or do I use blast doors? Blast doors are uglier, but they're much easier to fit into the spaces that you want to fit them in. These hanger doors are often the wrong size. That doesn't have a center, you see. doesn't have a center. That does, but it's the wrong size. It's too big. Which then leaves that one, which is arguably too small. But then we're only having a small shuttle bay. Doesn't need to be enormous. What's needed to complete the inside? Yeah, more CPU items. See, pentaxid tanks, fuel tanks, ammo boxes. Probably a little over the sort of 20,000 or so that I've got available. I gotta be honest. We should be good with generators and stuff, but these fuel tanks are 100. Unless we use a tier 3, they're 100. We use those, more efficient. That's 50. And then ammo boxes. I mean, they're the 100 with 5 on each of those. The pentaxid tank is somewhere. Med chambers, bridges. Don't know if we're going to put constructors in. It would be good to have at least one in there somewhere. Pentax is 1,000. Pentax tank is 1,000. That thruster is in a very awkward position. That thruster is right next to my hangar doors. You don't need a hangar bay, you got SV pad. Yeah. Well, I was looking forward to building a hangar bay, but I guess I'll just finish it there then. Done. No, I suppose don't need a hangar bay, you got SV pad, but is that all the space that you want? Or do you want to have a little insidey bit as well? We could use that space for other things. We could put some, like, you know, instructors down there or something. Could be good. Hey, Martin. Only needs enough to hold missiles and railgun ammo. Maybe somewhere to hold materials to make more. Could always pop back to base for more ammo. Something dicky dicky or pew pew. A bit of everything. Use the hangar base spot for a hot tub. Oh my gosh. Alright, we'll ditch the hangar bay. We'll ditch the hangar bay. I mean, I still need this space, right? But we can potentially now go around the thrusters. How long will the ship last? A gen, one of the high tier against one of the high tier ships. I don't know, mate. We haven't tested it yet. Given the amount of armor that we've got frontally, I suppose excluding the LX2, we can beef this up as well. I'm hoping it will outlast Emirates easily. And I'm hoping it could probably put some freaking holes in legacy ships quite well. It would be nice if it can take down Severa, but I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, my ship's going to be able to take down Severa, and then take it up against Severa and get my ass kicked. Because while that would be infinitely amusing for you guys, that'd be just frustrating and embarrassing for me. You need tactics in order to beat Severa. God, man, that means looking it up and oh my gosh. Tactics. So, Prime, what tactics would you suggest against a Severa? Genuine question. Is it a case of kill the core? Snipe the cores? Is it a case of disable on board? How would you go about doing that? I'm curious. These things are vicious. It's alright, Draxus, you're good, mate. Legging in the opposite direction. Staying away from it is my tactic. I'm always surprised death loops are quite boring. Tactics. Go in with bigger guns and more shield armor. Outlast the player. Yeah. Look at Artemis. He can do it with a Core 9 chip. Yes, but Artemis is special. He has magical powers. He's not... We can't all be Artemis. Pay someone else to kill it. Artemis has superpowers, all right? He's not human. Yeah. He can do things that the rest of us little fucking muggles can't only bloody dream of. I've done that the wrong way around. Tavera's weak on the wing sides. You stay on side, shoot down turrets and thrusters. Have you tried not dying? Andy, yeah, the other thing I haven't tried doing is pressing E as well. You could try pressing E against Tavera and see if that works. So Tavera's are weak on the sides. Okay, that's useful. That's good info. Those things, what annoys me about patrol vessels, like specifically the Xerax ones, right, is that you sit on the sides of them or you sit behind them or whatever, and then they fucking flip about like crazy bastards, and they're suddenly like, wimp. And if you're like 700-800 meter range, you're trying to keep them at range, you're trying to stay on the side, you're trying to do that, and then they go flip, and you're like, fuck's sake, now I've got to orbit this thing like 2 kilometers to get back onto the side, and then when you get there, it goes flip, and you're like, fuck you. Damn it. They're infuriating little bastards. Done that, and I'm wondering now whether actually taper it. Maybe not.
Perhaps today is a good day to die.
Ooh. Hello, Worf. Wasn't expecting you. Alright, you take it easy, buddy. See you later. You need to be in close of it, not 700 meters. Oh shit, really? Damn.
Okay, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah. Here's a weak head on, try it. Oh, you're over the console. And destroy. Works 100% of the time. Just figure out how to do it on a multiplayer server. It guys the pseudo command it. Requires god powers. Is Oh, god damn. Not the chosen one. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah. It's just not right, is it? It's not right. Lumpy as hell. Stop it, you lot. Not near the syndicate. Thanks, Traxxas. Unless they drastically increase the Tavera loot in Reforged 2, killing one is not worth the repair or ammo cost at the moment, says Major Chaos. John argues that you still get quantums, and Prime argues it's not the loot question. Spanj deep down would say, sure, pay me, and then make me walk the plank like the true space pirate he is. Hey, Arjun, how you doing, buddy? I tried one of the Artemis ships that was designed to take on a Tavera. That's when I found out I'm not a great ship pilot. This is it, Jackal, yeah. He's his wonderful, wonderful ship designs. They're very, very, like, precise. They're freaking... Not everyone can drive a Formula 1 car, you know? If Formula 1 car is a precision driving machine, it's the fastest car around a circuit. You won't be able to go quicker in anything else. But not everyone can drive one. Yeah. Intriguing problem. Now, we had a look earlier at Enti's Warrior, and he's using these radar dishes in a wonderful way in order to sort of like smooth or build a structure around these things. These things are fucking enormous, right? I'm not sure if it's going to work on this ship because, quite frankly, I'm not sure if it's like got the space for even one of these things, let alone he's got two of them side by side in one of his little structures that he's got. But they're very useful in order to, like, you know, if you look at the sloping on this thing, it's obviously a sort of 45-degree angle they got on there, so, you know, you can embed that into the hull quite nicely and build a structure around it, and it'll look awesome, because these things look awesome. Sure, we're going to be able to do that in that space. There is where I'd want to put that thing, and I'm not sure if it's gonna... It's huge! And this ship is just not that. It is not huge. subwoofer. No, they don't do anything. They're just deco, right? They're just massive satellite dish with long-range communication. Unfortunately, this technology is outdated and provides no functionality compared to your modern equipment, making it wholly decorative. At 5,000 hit points. So, and look at the size of it as well. It's obviously a massive box that you can't build. You've got to build around. So if I was to embed it into that wall, for example, I would eat up quite a lot of space around these CPU extenders, making it somewhat of a questionable decision. But it does present a very cool idea. Perhaps not for this build, perhaps for future builds. But you know, that's how NT's managed to embed these things quite beautifully into his design. They look really cool. They look really good. But this ship is fucking massive. It's huge. Yeah. I don't think I can achieve the same success with that on this build. Just doesn't have the size. There is also a functional one. Is that the long range ultra super duper detector? This chappy is functional. Yes, he is. There is no variations with this one. It is just super duper satellite dish, and that's the only way it faces, basically. That is a enormous detector, super duper fancy detector. That'll detect the entire sector. One ping, bing, see everything. Entire planet, bing, see everything. 50 kilometers. Pretty much, park yourself just above a planet and use that. Bing, entire sector. Again, it's one of those things where I'm not quite sure if I could fit it on the ship. Obviously, you don't want to be putting it on the front. If I could fit it anywhere, it would be in the deflector array here, but that is not nearly big enough. Need to embed that quite a lot. I mean, it's possible because it's three blocks. Ouch. Basically all of my internal armor for my shield generators. But it could fit. It could fit there. You won't be able to see much of it. I think you should be able to have both detectors, like in Reforged 1. Yeah. It could fit in the deflector array, but yeah, you won't have very much armor in there. It's also 12,500 CPU, which is a considerable amount. Be great on an exploration ship. I'm not sure about it on a combat ship. Seems like an expensive CPU without much gain. You know? I'll do with a long-range radar, and that can quite comfortably go there. Bury it. Yeah, you could bury it. I could probably play with the blocks back here and sneak it in there. In fact, it might be quite well protected in there, really, rather than hanging it on the bottom like that. But I quite like having it. I suppose I could have a decorative one on the back there and have the real one somewhere in here. Stash it in here somewhere. Certainly a point to consider. Definitely a point to consider. Well, the internals of this thing are going to be interesting. It's going to be a mess. Try to fit it on top of the bridge. No. The top of the bridge here is 2 sets of half blocks. Well, half blocks basically. Because of the way that the glass works. You have to have like a half block in the inset, otherwise you've got this weird gap. And if I put a whole block on the top, it just looks too tall above the glass. It's kind of dumb. And that would only sit on top of a whole block. So I'd have to raise it up or embed it, I suppose. So if I have these half blocks back here, I could stick it there and have the top half blocks going around it. That just like creates, it's too high, too close to the top of the ring. I put it there for now. It's a placeholder. Figure it out. Space for another turret here if we want it. Don't think I need it right now. Could place it on the ring, yeah. What weapons does the ship have on it? Heavy swarm launchers, lasers, 2 flat cannons. That's it. 8 heavy swarm launchers. Well, they're definitely not immune to damage, are we? That is, that pretty much hull complete. We are basically hull complete, guys. I don't believe it. Did it. The easy bit is done. Just the ring to do. Otherwise, that's basically hull complete. That was the easy bit, believe it or not. Battle test. Right, well, we need to definitely flesh out some more armor here, I think. Fill some gaps. Take that thing out. This is going to be interesting. With half of the walls Xeno, half of the walls friggin' Gonna be fun. Fun texture project. Like a glove? There we go. Now I know that fits an LX2. That's it. That can be taken out. That gives back a bunch of CPU points. Alright, so what do you think about things like
Look at the size of that thing.
ammo boxes, O2 fuel tanks, that sort of stuff now, really? Get this thing actually flying. For that, I need to at least outline a basic floor plan. Need a gravity generator as well. Need to remember that. All right, so we got, let's see, seal that off. We've got our entranceway here into the ship, straight into the bridge, no mucking about. So if you lose blocks, you need to put in the material. If you simply damage blocks, then you use your repair tokens. But if you lose whole blocks, then you need to put in the materials to replace the block. Okay, we've got elevator. Spanj, build a loot pinata. Highly doubt it. Huh? You highly doubt I built a loot pinata, or I can build a loot pinata. Building a loot pinata is easy. Box, put a bunch of loot in it. Deck 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And also have access to this area, but I'm not going to be like too precious about it. I'm putting these blocks around these thrusters so I know like where the walls have to be, right? So you can't make the player walk in that block space around it, otherwise they'd get incinerated. Six decks is like a TARDIS. Ghost Dragon, its max CPU at the moment is core 17. It's got quantums and auxiliary cores in it. In order to have that many heavy weapons on it, it's max CPU. However, I think I'm going to build two versions of this. I'll build the max CPU version and release that, and I'll also do like a core 9 version as well, where I take most of the heavy weapons off. I'll leave the spaces for them. You can add them as and when you can get them in game, kind of thing. It depends on how the ship performs, both as a core 9 and a core 17, really. Core 17, it better fucking destroy everything, basically. You'd just be like, fuck you! Given the cost. That would be the only acceptable outcome, really. That it would need to kill everything with ease. Like, just by looking at it, kind of thing. Yeah. It's core 17 by weapons only, almost exclusively by weapons only. Right, so there's our decks. Yeah. This space down the side here then is optimal for fuel tanks, ammo and stuff like that, I would say. Leaving the kind of central bit here for the player to pass through. Okay. I haven't got any container storage yet. I'm still working on. I'm literally about to start working on that. So we're going to start with ammo boxes. They take up an enormous amount of space, and we're going to need some big ammo boxes. I think I'm going to need at least 4 of them, preferably 6. And I need to put the box itself in a very safe location, and then the actual container extensions can be sort of scattered around. So I was looking at that location off this deck here for the box, but this is one fucking artillery round from being destroyed. How thin that armor is. Oh boy. So I just want to boost that up a little bit before putting it in the box. Yeah, move it one more over. Yeah, it's just like enough away from those CPUs. In fact, I'll just put a block next to the CPUs. There you go. That should insulate any explosion. Enough. Theory. And then we can kind of shove these things in anyway we want, really. Just a second. Yeah, I thought so. That's okay. Be the floor that we stand on. $320 is the highest an ammo container can go. It can't go to 640. Yeah. Trim this down then. Oh yeah. We overbuilt this. Right. There we go. 296. 320. There we go. The thruster will destroy it. Shouldn't do. Nowhere near a thruster. Should be fine. It's only the controller that explodes. The individual extensions don't. Right, that's 2. We can squeeze 2 more in somewhere else. How much space does the heavy missiles take? You mean in the container? A lot. So let's see, there are 127, I believe. L-Dart missiles. That's 36,400 for 1,000 of them, but with 8 launchers, probably only going through more than that. 4,000 is about half capacity. So let's just say, argument's sake, 9,000 missiles per container controller. But they fire at like hundreds of time every reload. How many does it spit out? Does it say? It fires, what's its RPM? Rate of fire 120 per minute. 120 times 8 per minute. Yeah. Definitely a few there, isn't it? So put another ammo box. We don't really have access here, so this isn't. Put another ammo box there, and then we insulate that well from those components. Holy shit. I realised the fucking outer hole was that close. Fuck. I wanted to do these first because they take up an enormous amount of space. $320. Here we go. Get rid of that too. $320. Yeah, that's it. There we go. So 960 missiles a minute. So, yeah, okay. So that's the argument saying, let's make it simple. You're going through 1,000 missiles a minute. Oh, hell. Ooh. So you're going to run out of missiles, basically. If you on one box, 9,000, yeah, 9 minutes. You're going to run out of missiles in 9 minutes. So with 4 boxes, you should be good. If you can fill them up, of course.
Godlike.
Okay. So that leaves then fuel tanks, pentaxid tanks, O2 tanks, yada 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 yada, and then we can do a combat test. But unfortunately, I've run out of time today, and I need to go. The laser ammo isn't a massive consideration. I mean, it's pretty lightweight, so yeah. yeah. 1,000 missiles a minute. Next build, mobile missile factory. What about a harvest box? I don't plan on doing any harvesting with this thing. Do that in a different ship. That's what your SV on the back pad's for. It's got the multi-tools on it. You also need to finish the ring, Spanj. Yeah. Finish the ring. The ring it's just copy and paste the same blocks over and over again. But yeah, we'll do that as well. But thank you so much, guys, for joining me today. I thank you for helping out as well. Great suggestions and advice and stuff like that. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think I'm happier with the nose now. I feel like we've put a lot of detail into that. We've created a lot of options as well for people. Thank you, NT, for the inspiration on that. The back as well, also quite happy with that. I think that looks pretty detailed. Should look good with some texturing and stuff going on there. And yeah, I think we managed to get the guns a little bit more space to shoot things. So hopefully they've all now got a bit of a better firing solution on stuff. But I mean, ultimately, that'll all come out in the wash when we do test this thing. Finer details still need to be done. We need to whatever's going on there. Not 100% convinced that having this flat thing going on here is good. Also, is this steel here? Needs to be combat steel. take a beating. But yeah, we'll get through that in the next stream, and hopefully we'll get onto the combat tests. But I'm afraid I'm gonna go. But thank you very much for joining me today. Trekker, yeah, hopefully I can. I can't promise 100%, but I'm planning to do some Star Wars Outlaws tonight and stream that. And you can come and chill with me, and we can pew some things in World of Star Wars, as long as you're not allergic to Ubisoft. So hopefully I'll see you then. If I can stream, then come along. Otherwise, I'll see you guys on Friday for some Reforged Eden 2. Whoop, whoop. Until then, guys, enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you again. I'll see you soon. Oh, and Paul, thank you for becoming a member 3 minutes ago. Appreciate you, dude. Thank you very much. Okay, bye everybody. Have a great day. Thanks again.